Hello, welcome to the June 7th, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you could ask questions in the live chat field or submit questions in advance by emailing me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you don't see an immediate response, if we could avoid asking the same questions repeatedly, that would be appreciated. We'll go through each of the questions chronologically as they've been asked. Also, when asking questions, if we have the ability to specify which version of Cubase that you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro. Also, if you could specify which operating system and which version of Cubase that you're running, that's helpful information. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And if you wanted to, excuse me. And if you wanted to search for topics in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to give Jan a special thanks for creating that website. We also want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude, who serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They just do it to make a better community. And we'll also give a special kudos to Jazz Dude for his work with the Cubase Nation Discord. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I am presenting live from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you are watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. I'm still kind of getting over my cold, so we'll see how far we could get. We'll see how we're doing with my voice. One quick note. On June 25th will be our 400th live stream, and we will be doing some giveaways. We'll be doing our Club Cubase trivia. So pay attention to pay attention to comments in the field because they're in the chat, because they are primed for upcoming trivia questions. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, so we have the Professor WM asks, hi, any news on floating points denormalizations? I haven't heard back yet, but I'll reach out again, see if I get a clarification. All right, Tony Trunzo asks, hi Greg, could you please explain what off velocity is and how it's used in the key editor, please? Cheers. So when we actually go and look at a note, all right, so we could see that we'll have kind of our velocity value, and we could think of the on velocity as how hard the particular key was pressed down, and the off velocity is kind of how, it's almost like how quickly we could think of it as how hard the note was released. So often you may not, some instruments can take advantage of it, especially if it's like a MIDI 2.0 instrument. It has some more capabilities with that, but most of the time it's not going to be used. All right, Aiden Law asks, if we have one license Cubase Pro 13 full version, can we use it for two PCs? Considering that they will use Cubase and two PCs simultaneously, or we must get two licenses compulsorily. So once you have Cubase, you could run it on 3 computers. So I think, so you could have it installed on 3 computers. I'm not sure if the licensing allows you technically to run all 3 licenses simultaneously, but I think it'll work. So you can just simply install, go into your Steinberg Activation Manager, and activate Cubase on 3 separate computers. Wonderful to see Ben Shirley on. Wonderful composer. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we see Scion B says, while editing with VariAudio with the audition notes setting turned on, is there any way to hear those notes not just through the main output, but also through a QMix bus? All right, so let's say if we're here and we're editing VariAudio, so I assume that maybe you want to have a singer monitor the changes that you're making while you're doing edits. So say so if you go to the control room and let's say we go to our vocals QMix, what you could actually do, I think, is instead of routing this to the QMix, you could just temporarily switch to QMix to the mix, and this is going to be what you hear in the control room, and that will be mimicked into the headphone mix for that particular QMix. So you could route that signal and just, instead of listening to the QMix, you could just come right over here and use the standard mix, and I think that will take the different routing as we do our previews, and that will route the main mix out to the QMix right there. So give that a try. All right, so Scion B also asks, is there any way to map the correct pitch slider to a rotary encoder in a MIDI controller? I tried to do this, but it behaves like an on-off setting and does not gradually change the strength. All right, let's give it a try. So I'll try my MIDI remote here. Just unplug it. All right. All right, so I'm going to set up this rotary encoder here. Let's see what we can do. All right, let's take a look, see if we can take a different approach to that. Doesn't look like it's set up to do that. I'll just take another look. Okay, so we'll try in a sample editor here. I think it may be designed to turn it on and off, but not actually adjust the amount. Let me try different controllers, see if I get the same. Try a fader. So that might just simply turn on instead of controlling it. What you might be able to do, I'll try setting up my MIDI remote for another. I'll try fader. Yes, it doesn't seem like it's working. Let me just... one thing that you might be able to do is go back to our MIDI remote. I'll try a different approach and use kind of the mouse wheel, which, so we'll go to like the mouse pointer. And I'll set this up. So you may, in this scenario, have to kind of hover over the parameters. Let's say if we're here. It doesn't seem like that's working either. I'll make sure to mention that to the team. Sorry about that. Seems like that should work as expected. But trying my 3. Just try this. So usually when we kind of hover over different parameters, yeah, it doesn't seem like that's working. I'll make sure to mention that to the team. Sorry about that. All right, wonderful to see Uno Memento from Finland. Glad you can make it today. Longtime Cubase user. Running Cubase longer than me. All right, so we see Fly V checking in from Canada. And we see Daniel just says he has his snacks ready and he's ready for Cubase mastery. All right, we have Eddie saying hi. We have DL from Toronto. And Eddie's saying hi from Brazil. We have the wonderful drummer Pablo from Galicia, España. We're glad that you could make the live stream today. He's usually busy on tour. All right, so we see DL. Can you show us how to use delay compensation properly and how to know exactly how many milliseconds to delay by? All right, so I think that this was with our question that we had last live stream. I did some more digging into it. Okay, so let's say I have Groove Agent tracks here. And so we had kind of the same drum kit on 2 different tracks. So just duplicate it. And I'm going to record MIDI data. And one of these, we right-clicked and we went to track control settings and we added the ASIO latency compensation. All right, so I have both these tracks enabled for record. And as we come over here, I'll record. Okay, so we're going to now look at our 2 different parts. And what this actually does is it will offset the recording by the latency set in your audio interface. So if we come over here, we can see our audio system that we are currently running about 13 milliseconds of latency. So now when we go in, and we're going to look at both of these parts in the editor, and we zoom in, as we do this, we could see that the track with this is automatically going to, so that would be on time. And when we look at this part, that as we look at this part, we're going to notice that these particular notes, we find the right range. So as we zoom in, I'll just put my cursor here. So again, as we zoom in, the one with the latency compensation active would automatically shift the track later in time to compensate for the latency of your audio interface. So if we want it to come over here and we look at both parts and we zoom in, and let's switch our master time here to samples or milliseconds. So now as we zoom in, we could see that this would be our start time is 3.77, and when we come here, that's going to be our latency of our audio interface. So it's a way to, if you're having MIDI timing problems, to automatically compensate by the latency of your audio interface. So once again, if we look at both of them together, we'll see that as we zoom in, that each of those would be slightly different in time. So if I turn that off and we continue to record, I'll just so I'll record now without that turned on, and we look at this, we would see that these are now going to be directly on top of each other. Without any discrepancy. So turning that on will offset the track per the latency of your audio interface. All right, so we have Zai Fernando just sending greetings from Oslo. Thanks for joining us. All right, Fly V says, I'm having issues opening up Cubase Pro 13. It doesn't open, it just stays scanning VST3 plugins. So it could be that you have one plugin that's misbehaving. What you can do is, you know, you have the option, like when you start Cubase, so I'll show it in Nuendo here. If you hold down like Alt Control Shift, so it's probably going to be like a kind of almost like a rogue plugin. So I'm going to open up the program, and if I'm on Windows, it's Alt Control Shift or Command Option Shift on Mac. I'm going to hold this down. May not have caught it. All right, let me try it again. So right after you open the program. So Command Option Shift or Alt Control Shift. Hold it down. Make sure my computer is going to the right. My keyboard's going to the right. Use my. Okay, I'm going to try one more time. But you have a way of just being able to bypass third-party plugins. So it's probably one plugin that's holding it up, and it could be a window in the background. Like if you have a licensing window with a different, like. So usually holding down Alt Control Shift is not working for me right now. Then you could start it without third-party plugins. But it could be that it's another plugin window is asking for an authorization, something like that. So again, try holding down Alt Control Shift or Command Option Shift, depending which particular platform you're on. And then you could try starting it without third-party plugins, and then from there, if you have a project, but it's probably going to be a plugin that's maybe calling out to another like licensing system, perhaps in the background as well. Great to see the artist known as Love. We see Parabot 2. We have Martin from Germany. Brian Sawyer Sr. from Wilmington, North Carolina. We have Weatherford, Texas. All right, so we have New Cars TV. I can't activate the sidechain on 13.04 version on some of my third-party plugins. Example, Vox Docker by United Plugins. So one, make sure that you're running the VST3 version. So if we wanted to, at this point, we'll let's add an audio track. So if you don't see this particular icon, this could mean, so if you have a VST2 and a VST3 version, the VST2 version isn't going to do sidechaining. So make sure you have the VST3 version that you're using. And, not all plugins will implement sidechaining. So be aware of that as well. So I'm not sure if it was working in a previous version of Cubase, like 13.03, and stopped working in 13.04, but make sure that you're running the VST3 version of the plugin, and you could determine that like when you go to look at plugins. If you see like the three little slashes here on the very far right hand side, when you go to add plugins, that would indicate that it's a VST3 plugin. All right, great to see Sway TV and Recording Studio. We have DJ FK saying oi aw. All right. All right, so we see, it says from George, it says, hi from Germany. I changed from Samplitude Pro to Cubase a week ago. So far, it has been a great joy to get acquainted with Cubase Pro. One thing bugs me, though. I don't seem to be able to route multiple outputs from Native Instruments Kontakt 7 into Cubase. Any chance you could show that or give me some pointers as how to do it properly? All right, so let's say we add an instrument with multiple outputs. I don't have Kontakt on this computer. I will come over here. Let's add an instrument track. And I'll do a Halion, which has multiple outputs. So we add this. Now let's go to, let's say, our VST rack. And then you'll see just to the right of the name, and this will work for all virtual instruments, you'll see this little icon right here, and then you could just say activate outputs, and then here we could activate our 32 outputs and a 5.1 output. So now my mix console is much bigger. So again, go to the instrument in the rack and activate outputs, and then you should be able to see all available outputs and then route internally from within Kontakt. All right, so we have Gorgito just saying, hi Greg, everyone from Greece, thanks for joining us. We have John Costigan from sunny Wisconsin. Thanks for joining us, John. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, wonderful to see David M. And we see Michael Teams already doing virtual ice cream distribution. It's giving Uno Momento 1 gallon of key lime pie ice cream. Michael has granted Pablo 1 gallon of chocolate nougat ice cream. Sounds good. We have Dave saying hi from Germany. Uno Momento says he has the same cough as I do. So mine's finally kind of on the out. So felt good not to be coughing last night. All right, so you see New Cars TV says, please any help on where to activate and see sidechain buttons on my plugins. So if the plugin is going to have, if it has sidechain capabilities, so you'll see this little setup icon. So here we could add what the sidechain input is, and then we could activate the sidechain input right here. So this activates the sidechain input, and this allows you to pick the source for the sidechain input. And if your plugin doesn't have that, then it's probably the plugin or the plugin format that's not supporting sidechain. So not every plugin will do that. Pablo says he's a big fanboy of Groove Agent. All right, so we have a question from Antoine von Kampen, or Kampen. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to move selected tracks to an existing folder using a key command or project logical editor? So I haven't found a way, you know, we could, in a project logical editor, we could place it, you know, we could set stuff to a particular bus output or, you know, group or input, but it's not an addressable. I'll just check one more time, but I don't think that we could set it up to go to folders. It's probably going to be under track operation. Like if I come here, we could set like the output We could connect output and input. We could change the time domain, but there isn't any function for move to selected folder. So I think that it's going to have to be manually done. Sorry about that. All right, you see Michael Teams has granted my family 1 gallon of Kahlua chocolate ice cream. Makes me want to go to Hawaii. Pablo says I need a coffee mocha. All right. See the David M. You see some discussion of snare drums, and David M has a Yamaha bamboo snare. All right, so you see from Dave, for older projects with standard send levels set to 0 dB, how can I quickly set unused send levels to, I guess, to infinity across multiple tracks automatically? Can this be done with the logical editor or other method? So I don't think that we could set the value of the sends from the logical editor, but we'll come over here. Let me just change my output. Do a new project here. I think you could probably the fastest way maybe to use like a quick link. So let's go ahead and add a number of audio tracks. I'll add a couple of effects channels. Okay, so we can see that so how can I quickly set unused send levels to -0 across multiple tracks automatically? So if I come here, let's say I have these tracks selected. And I'm going to enable quick link. So we can see the ones are highlighted in white. Now that we all right, so now do that with levels. Let's come to our send. So now that we could come right over here, and if you select the channels and enable Q-Link, at that point you could just take it down to infinity. So, but if it's not actually going to a particular send, it's not going to add any noise. So I think, but I don't know of a way to change a send level via the project logical editor. Pablo says he loves the Nashville expansion kit and Groove Agent, and the signature ones, Simon and Marco Miniman. Yeah, I think the Marco Miniman is a pretty fantastic kit. Pablo also, as a drummer, likes the vintage kit and Groove Agent 5. Wonderful to see Randy Lee from Texas. All right, so we see from Zai Fernando, says, Greg, since I installed the latest update, Cubase Pro 13 running on Windows 10, my MIDI controllers are not recognized in VST instruments. I see signal in Cubase, it works in Cubase 12. So Cubase 13 had kind of changed a couple of things, so let's come over here. So I'm going to add an instrument track. So what can happen is, let's say we add an instrument track, and what's different from 12 to 13 is in here we could actually set the MIDI input port as we add it. So if, for instance, if this is set to not connected, or it's set to a different port than what you are using for your MIDI controller. So now, so if I set that to not connected and we go to add an instrument track, when we go to the actual, so I could play, but when I come over here and we have the track armed, it's not seeing any MIDI input. So check the routing and make sure that it's set to an appropriate selection for your MIDI controller or all MIDI inputs, because once it's actually changed here, so if I go to add another instrument track, so let's say it will retain that setting over and over until you actually change it. So that was one thing that was different in 13 and 12. So make sure that your MIDI input port is defined correctly, and I think that will probably take care of the situation for you. All right, so we have Tim Kay saying he's grateful for the opportunity to be joining again from Zeist, Netherlands. Pablo wants an ice cream. All right, so we have Club to Breathe, says Club Cubase, and with the sun emoji, and says missing this. So maybe you have a lot of rain going on. All right, so we see just a comment on the multiple outs in Kontakt. Says, thanks, Greg. That's exactly the way we did it, but it sounded phasey. Maybe it's a problem in Kontakt 7. All right, Pablo is saying that Mike is famous. We have Lawrence Koch from Rhode Island. Wonderful to see you on. All right, so we have Bratman Studio asks, hi Greg, when using Cubase 13 Pro, I know we can render in place with the internal instruments, but what if we were using an external synth like my BARP 2600 hardware synth? Cubase 13 sees it on a USB port. So if it is defined as a external instrument, so if we go to our studio menu, to audio connections, and if we have this connected, your BARP 2600, and if this is connected to two inputs of your audio interface, we could now, so let's say I'll just create one. Let's add an external instrument. All right, and we tell it like what input ports it's actually connected to. So let's say, okay, we'll make that our input port. So it could be like inputs 3 and 4. And if you have that, you can now come over and let's add an external, let's add a track. We can add an instrument track. And at this point, we can say we want our external plugin, we'll say our BARP 2600. And as we play, now if it's configured, sorry about that. All right. But now if it's configured as an external instrument, you can do a render in place. So it would render in place in real time. So at that point, just get rid of that connection there. Sorry for creating a feedback loop. It's annoying on my part. So if it is configured as an external instrument where you're connecting the audio outputs to inputs of your audio interface and you want to leave that kind of setup, you could do that and then just render in place. And what it's going to do is in real time play the MIDI information and then record it as and render it as an audio file. Kind of the classic way of doing this for years and years was just to take the MIDI out from your computer to the device, and that could be via the USB connection, and at the same time take the audio outputs of the device, and you want to use probably the analog audio outputs connected into your audio interface, and from the audio interface just record it as a normal audio track. So you want to use just the MIDI portion. If you're using another audio interface, just set the MIDI communication for the ARP 2600, take the analog audio out, connect that to your audio inputs of your audio interface, and create a stereo track. You hit play. Cubase will play the MIDI, which will be triggered by the BARP 2600, and the audio outputs are then recorded as audio on a stereo audio track. Okay, so we see from Uno Memento, says, I rarely ask anything because I've listened carefully to Greg's instructions. I heard that we are getting rid of the dongle completely in 2025. Is there any detailed guide about this transition? So it's, if you have an existing license that's using the e-licenser dongle, it will still work. What's not going to be available is in 2025 at some point, probably the first quarter of the year, you won't be able to activate a USB e-licenser. So just be aware of that. So we haven't, at that point, it'll be 3 years since, or 2 years since we had sold any software that required a USB e-licenser. But all of your existing USB e-licensers will work and function the same way as they have. You just won't be able to activate new licenses on an e-licenser. All right. So we see from Jake Stagg, what mode will record the MIDI exactly as I play, even with the monitoring latency? So what you could do is generally it's going to be compensated for automatically. So if we come over here to your audio system, and we could just see right over here, adjust for recording latency under your advanced options, that the latency of the MIDI is automatically taken into account by default. Okay, and I just see kind of further clarification in regards to ASIO latency compensation. So I would, so if we had that turned on, not having it enabled would automatically do the compensation, and it would manually shift the notes with this turned on. Thanks for the clarification, Jake. Wonderful to see Diamond District Studios checking in from Cape Town, South Africa. All right, and he says, I recently won a Steinberg-sponsored sound design competition where I won Nuendo, Wavelab, and Opus. Congratulations. Sounds like nice praises. All right, reading through comments. So Jake Stagg just says, when I record a VST instrument, I want my timing to print exactly as I'm playing in context. With the rest of the session, should I keep the ASIO delay compensation off? So yes, that's what I would do. Just keep that off. And that's why by default, you don't have that particular control enabled by default. All right. And Jake is checking in from Canada. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so Neil Lee Griffin asks, does the enter key work on a numeric? Does the enter key on a number pad not work in Cubase? I tried commanding it and could not get it to work. So what it does, so it will work for transport controls. So let's say, so on a numeric keypad, so while it says enter, it's actually a different key than what we see from the enter key on the QWERTY side of the keyboard. So you could have like the enter key is play. So if we come here and I hit the 0 key, it's stop. So the numeric keypads do have functions that are assignable. Let's see if we could assign it to keyboard shortcut. All right, I'll try assigning it. Yeah, so it might be, let's see. So it looks like you can assign it, but by default, the enter key will do transport. And this kind of goes back to Atari days. So you hit 0. If you want to go to the beginning of the project, you could hit the period key, the enter key on the numeric keypad, and you could fast forward with the plus or rewind with the minus key. And if you hold down shift, we could increase the speed. So that's kind of set up primarily for a lot of transport functions, but it does work and it is assignable to other functions. All right, so I see Russian here, but the name is written in Cyrillic. Sorry, I don't read that language, but thanks for joining us. All right, it's wonderful to see Nick on from Essex in the UK. All right, Judah Rain asks, "Hi Greg, here in San Francisco Bay Area, Cali. When I try to record a live guitar directly into Cubase 13, I get a buzzing, disconnected, popping sound. Doesn't do this in Nuendo. Does this sound familiar?" So I wonder if, so I'm not sure if it's the same exact project or not, but if we, one thing that you, so I'm not sure, and if you are recording, you know, if you're recording with effects, you know, during the recording process, you could try to come over here to turn off in the very bottom left-hand corner of the transport, turn on the constrained delay compensation, so that would bypass latent plugins. It could also be that when you go to your studio setup, that you might just have to, when you go to your control panel, you might have to raise the buffer. So it could be different buffer settings. So let me know if you're recording with effects, you know, try taking those off, see if you get the same result. Try to bypass, do the constrained delay compensation here in the bottom left-hand corner. And also see if you get the same results if you raise your buffer by selecting your audio interface and going to control panel and raising the buffer slightly. All right, so we see FlyV says, "Thanks for your help, Greg. I got Cubase open after buying some new plugins yesterday." That's good. All right, we see Michael Teams is excited for tacos. All right, so we see from Eric Fox, "Please, Greg, is there an option in future updated Cubase that will have routing tracks, Pro Tools, or track stacks like Logic? It's the only thing I miss since moving to Cubase from Logic." So maybe if you could let me know exactly what the routing tracks and track stacks do. I could see if there's some kind of equivalent. See, Ben Turley says, "External instrument connection, have an old rolling keyboard with sound discs, and now I know how to hook this thing up. Thanks." Yeah. So if you had sound disc, was it a Roland W30? All right, so we see from Zai Fernando, says, "Hi again, Greg. The MIDI routing is correct. The exact same session recognizes my controller in Cubase 12, but not in newest 13. I found more people having this issue in Steinberg forum." So also make sure, out of curiosity, if you go to your studio setup, make sure that you don't have these ports set up in MIDI remote or like a generic remote or Mackie control. So if you have these ports set up in a MIDI remote, that once you have those ports enabled in a MIDI remote, those ports may be kind of taken over. So the MIDI information may be going directly into the MIDI remote as opposed to the particular instrument. So make sure that you don't have any of those ports set for your MIDI controller out of curiosity. That could be a conflict as well, which could block MIDI going to the particular instrument. All right, so we see, hi Greg, is there any way you can create a key command to access SpectralLayers inside a Cubase 13 project? So SpectralLayers runs as an ARA extension, so there isn't a way with a key command to do that, so you'd have to select the potential track here and go to the extensions and do it like that, but there isn't a key command because every user could have different functions in different ARA tools. And then once we do that, we kind of leave the Cubase environment into a different environment. So I don't think that there's a way for ARA to be initiated by a key command. All right, so we have Parabot 2 says, hi Greg, what's the best way to audition different drums once I have dragged a pattern from Groove Agent into a track? Is there a way to change them in a playing project as it's playing? All right, let's take a look. I think we could do it with Beat Agent kits. All right, so let's say I was just kind of playing. Okay, so let's say we have this going on. Okay, so I'm going to come over here. So let's say while Groove Agent is playing, I want to audition different snares. So this will be our snare. So what I could do now is come over here and you'll see like this little folder. We'll open that up. Let's go to Instruments and say I just want to come over here. Let's find go through our drum and percussion. All right, so I'm gonna go for snare drums. So I have this selected. Now I think if I come here, I could just, while it's playing, audition different snares. Just like that. So let's say I want to do rap hip hop snares. So once again, come over here, click on the folder. You want to select different instruments, select drums category, and then you can pick snare drum and try different snares. You can do that with while it's playing back MIDI or just audition internally when it's playing its internal sequencer as well. So let me know if that makes sense. See, Daniel says, okay, seriously, imagine you just start using Cubase and behold, YouTube doesn't work, music apps don't work, video apps don't work. How can I fix this without a doctorate? So it's, a lot of people learn it without, just kind of diving into it. So. So Daniel says, I've been messing with some software and lost my audio for 30 minutes, stuck on this for, well, 2 years. Do I need to buy a physical audio interface? So I think that there's a lot of benefits of having an audio interface. So I think it's always a great idea. You know, I think as you're going to be working on your compositions, if you record anything, one, it's going to be, the latency is going to be much better. You're going to have, it's like a purpose-built device for your needs. And I think that there's, you know, incredible audio interfaces that sound amazing that are so inexpensive these days. So, you know, check out, if you're on a real budget, check out the Steinberg IXO if you want a lot of flexibility for streaming and much more flexibility for, okay, I want to, you know, listen to YouTube audio. I want to play my project and stream the results to someone over Zoom. Then like a Steinberg URC interface is a great solution. But yeah, I think getting a dedicated audio interface makes a lot of sense. See, Uno Memento says, thanks, Greg. I still need a little more guidance in that dongle thing, but I believe that even his age, you can handle it with honor. I'm going to look into it with devotion. So if you want to upgrade to a more contemporary version, let's say you're on Cubase 11, you'd want to make sure that you could update to Cubase 12, or, you know, to the most contemporary version. If you're, you know, so if you're on an earlier version, probably updating, that would be one other thing to be aware of, that you'd still need the e-licenser to update from Cubase 11 and earlier. So that's why many of the tools have and programs have been migrated over. But if you have your dongle and you're happy with it, it's still going to work. Some people may choose to buy a new fresh dongle, and you know, but I've had some dongles for 25 years. But if you wanted a brand new fresh dongle so that it's not going to be physically worn out, it's a good time now to, if you wanted to still run e-licenser based, to get a new fresh dongle and transfer the e-licenser licenses from your old dongle to your fresh one. You know, Memento says, hey, whack the like button. So Navastras asks, hi Greg, is there a place where you could download macros from other Cubase users? Greetings from Amsterdam. So I think the Cubase Nation Discord is a great place that's the first place I would look. So I think I've given most of my macros to be shared there. And if you have a particular macro you want made, let me know. I'd be happy to show it in a live stream and send a macro to you. See, Neil Lee Griffin says, thanks, just moved over from another DAW, love it. Thanks for joining us on the live stream, and we're glad that you could join us. And we're glad that you're liking Cubase. Welcome to the live stream family. All right, so Forward Thinking is just saying happy Friday to everyone. Q-Track says, I got tacos tonight. Sounds good. All right, so we have Hamo in 1974 just saying cheers to all. Randy Lee is changing rooms. Tracks 100 says that beat is groovy. All right. So we see Daniel says, so I got to get the interface on my apps to work with Cubase, which I knew this 2 years ago. So it's not, you know, I mean, you could use the built-in audio interface. It's just not the most ideal solution, you know. So it's probably not, you know, like in a pinch, if you were like traveling or like, okay, I need to, you know, do some editing on a plane or a train, something like that, then you could use the built-in audio interface. But there are a lot of limitations with it. All right, so we have a question from Ness. It says, hi Greg, is there any way to make the text in the markers larger? I'd like to see the chords there. Or is there another way to put chords in the timeline? Thanks. So, you know, if you want to put chords in the timeline, I think probably the best way to do that. So the marker text is fixed. I wish it could be a little larger myself because I don't have the best vision. But let me just... So if you want to put chords in a timeline, there is a dedicated chord track. So you could right click, add a chord track. And once you have the chord track here, so I will come over and let's just say, okay, I want this to be an E. Oh, didn't like that. Sorry about that. Show you the chord track here. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to go to say, okay, I want this to be D chord. And then next two measures, I want it to be an E minor, going to an A chord, to G, to A. So now we could see kind of our chords represented visually on our timeline. So as we look at this, we can see our chords. So as we would play the project, we could just see the chords kind of update. And once we have the chords in our project, if we want to create a lead sheet, we could now create an empty MIDI track or instrument track. I will come over here, we're going to create an event. I will now go to the score editor. And at this point, we're going to say, okay, we'll open up our score editor in kind of full screen. We'll put our score into page mode. And let's zoom in here. So one of the things that we could do is, if we go to advanced layout, we could also say show chord track, and then we could have our chords just immediately populate on the project just like that. So if you're using the marker track for chords, investigate using the dedicated chord track. I know lots of people will just have their entire projects just kind of laid out like this, and as people are tracking, they could see the chords going along horizontally for recording. See, QTracks 100 says, always liked my Steinberg interfaces, every bit as solid as anything else. Yeah, so they're made by and designed by Yamaha. So Yamaha has obviously a long history of making quality products for music and audio. All right, so from Xerix, we have a question. Does Cubase have something similar to isotope neutron system where you can view frequencies of multiple buses, or master bus, for example? I can view guitar frequencies, bass and drums all in the master. All right, so let's go ahead and just take a look. So there is a way of doing like a channel comparison EQ. So it may not be limited to, common frequencies used. But let's come over here. Let's say we have our master bus here. You wished it all away, and I'm left here for and what I could do is say, I activate the channel comparison. I can say, let's come over here, and I want to see just the EQ of the vocal. So we'll say Andrea Vox. So now this is the EQ of the vocal. This is the EQ of the stereo output. And we can see how they kind of overlap with each other. But it's not going to say, this frequencies are used for piano, these frequencies are guitar. Not sure if that's so useful, but if you wanted to compare two different EQs, you could do that as well. So it's often helpful for if you're doing like, kick and bass is helpful. So, if you wanted to, again, come over here, say, let's go to our channel EQ, put in activation here. Go from here, I'm uninvited. I'll do it on a different project as less MIDI on it, so it could make a little more sense. All right, so let's say we're here. So we open up. We have our kick EQ, and I wanted to see my bass EQ. So at this point, I could come over here and EQ the bass. And come over here and make my kick active. Now I'm EQing just the kick drum, and you could kind of go back and forth. And make your EQ changes, just kind of in a comparison mode. So let me know if that's kind of what you're looking for. wonder if we'll see Peter Patah on. It says it's Grand Prix weekend in Montreal. Sadly, it's supposed to rain all weekend. Wasn't that in the Rush movie where they had the accident? All right, so we see Neil Lee Griffin says, thanks again. The enter on my number pad doesn't do anything, and if I command it, it thinks it's the enter key on the QWERTY side. So it could really depend. I know sometimes when you get a numeric pad extension, that the enter key and will function exactly the same and not independently from the QWERTY keyboard side. So it could be the design of the keyboard, or if you have a numeric keypad extension, that those mimic the keys on the QWERTY keyboard instead of being separate independent keys. So when I come over here, hit that, I could stop, play, punch in for a record by hitting the asterisk, hit the slash for cycle, on and off. So, you know, all those, and jump to markers. So I go to my left, right locator with 1 and 2, period key. So if it is, generally, if it's a all-in-one keyboard, they function as independent keys. If it is a numeric keypad extension, I've seen many of those only replicate the actual keys on a QWERTY keyboard and don't function independently. We see from Parabot 2, Greg, what uses less computer power regarding drums, MIDI, or audio? Is it best to commit to audio once you are happy with the MIDI? Thank you. So, you know, it could really depend. So if you're sending MIDI to an external device, that's very minimal on CPU usage. So playing MIDI, you know, we can do that for 40 years. Playing audio isn't so bad for modern computers. We can play lots of audio tracks. Depending on the virtual, if you're using virtual instruments, you know, a more complex instrument, you know, sometimes you could play like one chord on a very complex sound, and that could kill your computer entirely. Sometimes you could play 128 voices and your computer is fine. So it could really depend upon the design and the complexity of the instrument. Now, do you need to commit MIDI to audio as soon as possible? I would say only if you're there's no real need to, unless you're running out of CPU resources and you want to commit to audio. So I know some composers do that so that everything is in audio, so they get it in MIDI and immediately convert it to audio, so that it's they have the file, it'll always play back. They lost a MIDI track 38 years earlier and they're kind of paranoid about it. But I would say that there's no logical need to have to convert the MIDI information to a virtual instrument to audio, unless you're kind of running out of CPU power and need to do more on your particular project. All right, so QTrax100 says he must admit he uses software for many years without a license. I used some of that money I made with it to buy a license. I'm okay with that, but not sure the law is. Well, you just had to buy a bunch more Steinberg plugins and Steinberg audio interfaces. All right, so we see a question. How would you incorporate a reference track in Cubase so that you can listen to it without any possible plugins on a stereo out? All right, let's show this. I like using the control room for this. All right, so obviously one of the problems with working with reference tracks is that you don't want the reference track to go through the same processing that you're using on your master bus. All right, let me find, here we go. All right, so let's say we have this as our project. And in this project, there's a mix down. All right, so I want to have like my mix I'm listening to now and use another 2-track mix as a reference. So first thing I'm going to do is go to my studio menu. Let's go to your audio connections. And let's emphasize the control room. All right, so when we're in the control room, first thing we want to do is just turn it on. So we're going to turn it on and we're going to add what's called a Q mix. All of mine are kind of taken up. So we're going to add a Q mix. All right, we don't have to physically route it to anywhere. But what I'm going to do is instead of this track, I'm going to take my reference track and let's open up our channel settings. I'm going to set it, instead of going out to the stereo bus, I'm going to set it to no bus. And I'm going to go to the Q sends, and let's say I'm going to send it to vocals. This is my Q send, and you could call this reference if you want. Set it to 0 dB. So once we're in the control room, and I'm going to just alter this particular track so that it sounds much different. Okay, so let's say, okay, so I want to listen to my mix. So as we listen to this, and what I'm going to do is go to Q mix 1. So I can listen to my mix, and then when I click on C1 here in the control room, it's this track. So let's say on my mix here, I put, just so you know it's not going through the master, I'm going to put, let's say, a flanger on it. So now when I switch, so on our master fader, we have a flanger. When I come here to my Q mix 1, no flanger. So once again, go to your studio to audio connections. Let's go to control room. Create a right click, create a Q mix. You can call it reference. Take your reference track, import it into Cubase. On the track itself, set the output to no target or no bus. Click on in the sends area here. You'll see the Q sends. Click on that and set the level to 0 dB. And then you should be good to go just by switching back and forth from in the control room, and you can do this with keyboard shortcuts as well. So it's an easy way of doing kind of reference mixes and not have it go through the processing on your master bus, where you'll kind of be lying to yourself. See, Jeff Subelski says he sure does love his MR816 CSX and grateful that Yamaha's top quality rolled over. It's an old Firewire 400, but I don't seem to be compromised. Nonetheless, I perused the Steinberg hardware as wring my hands. All right, we have Soren checking in from Sweden. Thanks for joining us. see, Michael Teams is granting Neil Lee Griffin 1 gallon of French vanilla ice cream for migrating to Cubase. It's very generous of you, Michael. And we hope to see you on many future live streams. Hamo 1974 just says, I have UR824, which is a nice interface. I like the integration. You can access parameters right inside Cubase. Is there a new similar interface coming in the future with the same kind of integration? So with UR824, you can check out the URC816. So it has, instead of 2 ADAP ports, it has a single ADAP port. But the UR824 still works and drivers are still updated. All right, Xerix M asks, hi Greg, another one. How do you combine the grid quantize and note length in the drum map? For example, I want to make the MIDI note the size of whatever grid I'm on. Example, 16th note size. And 16th note size, 16th note grid. All right, let's take a look, see if we can come up with something. All right, so I'm going to set All right, so let's give it a shot here. All right, so let's say I'm going to put in a couple notes here. So if I just have the length set, all right, so I'm going to set my length here to half note. And let's look at this in a key editor. Yeah, so just going to make sure I reread this. So if you just, where you see this L, you can, well, it's not necessarily linked between the two. So if I say, okay, let's put in 16th notes, and I wanted to put in 8th notes, followed by quarter notes, followed by, let's say, half note. So now when we go to look at this in the MIDI editor, so we'll say open in the key editor, we can see that the lengths of the notes are kind of automatically shown just like that. And there's a way, let me see if I can remember how to access this. But there's a way to show kind of the lengths here. Yeah, so if you come to this icon, you could also, where we see the lengths, where we see kind of the two drum notes. Here, if you wanted to just kind of, as we paint notes in, we could see that reflected just by this little icon. So we can see from kind of the diamond shape to the grid right here. Always remember talking with, whenever I see the diamonds, I always remember I was talking with Leon Russell, who's a big Cubase user for years, and he's like, does the MIDI note start here at the beginning of the left part of the diamond or the top part of the diamond? So interesting perspective. But so it looks like you could just set the length right there, and you can see that reflected. So now if I put in 16th note, we can just change the length right there. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, we see Michael Teams is granted Soren 1 gallon of strawberry swirl ice cream. Sounds like a great flavor. Sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Let me find my spot. All right, so we have a question. Is there a way to make the automation snaps to 0? All right, so let's say if I grab an automation node here, let me just shut off the... All right, so I don't think it's going to snap to any particular value because snapping to 0 is kind of arbitrary value, but if you want a particular value to go to 0, you could select it in info line and hit 0 enter and just have that automatically go to that particular value. So again, if I just want to come here, select the node, and then you could just enter the value right there. But, really 0 dB is as arbitrary as any other value, so it may not make so much sense to always snap to a particular automation level. So. All right, so we see Daniel says, just frustrating as a beginner, you got to do all this extra stuff just for simple functionality like YouTube or getting sounds or getting a beat pattern. So, if you think about what you have in Cubase, all those things are already included in Cubase. So if you want it, you don't have to get extra stuff. So, again, you have lots of instruments. If you go to if you want to start building drum patterns, if you go to the MIDI inserts, you can come over here and have the beat designer. So, and there's hundreds of different patterns and presets. You have Groove Agent with, probably thousands of presets, patterns. So, I think that, you don't have to necessarily go out and get anything else. Once you have your Cubase, then you're going to be in great shape. Jeff Zabelski says, hi Greg, during any period in your time with Cubase, who is the greatest teacher or influence in yourself learning how to study Cubase as you know it now? Thank you. It's a good question. I think, to me, I always approached it like kind of learning an instrument. So when I was in college, I was as a bass was my primary instrument. I was a music industry major. So and I guess my teacher taught me, and I had a wonderful teacher. His name was Sam Cross. And he truly kind of taught me how to learn something new. And he did a lot of stuff, and he was a big proponent of kind of a technique called the inner game of tennis. So if you want to figure out how to learn something new efficiently, I think the inner game of tennis is a really good methodology. And kind of the concept is that, and it was kind of came from a tennis coach who noticed that the less instructions he gave his tennis students, that the better they did. So if he told his tennis students, okay, when I hit the ball to your right, you're going to step 3 steps forward, your left foot will be forward, and then you'll strike the ball in the center of the racket and then hit it over the net. That they would inevitably mess up because they were counting their steps or which foot was first. But if he said, just simply hit the ball, that they would do it. And then he gets into this concept of, which I think is really important in learning software, a learned mistake. So if you take the time to initially learn a keyboard shortcut or know where a function is, and you may see me at times when I have what I call a learned mistake, and I'll go to the wrong area a lot. So a lot of times I may accidentally try to open up an instrument and I click on the edit channel instead of this. And that's a learned mistake. So it's really hard whether you're learning a piece of music or learning a new piece of software. And I think of it as the same process, or learning anything, that if you learn something wrong initially, that's really hard to undo. If you learn something, do something very simple, learn it the correct way. And once you learn it the correct way, at that point, it will be intuitive and it will become part of like muscle memory. So, learn your keyboard shortcuts. So I never had anyone teach me Cubase. I just, when I first got it, I was in college. And ironically, my college professors were hiring me to do their MIDI sequencing for a project for MediaBay Publishing. And I got Cubase at home on a Sunday night. And I did a project starting like 7 a.m. on Monday morning, and got through the whole project in one day, and I made like $150 more than what my Cubase cost. And I found it just very intuitive because I could see exactly where parts were coming in, where parts were not coming in, and realized that Cubase had this very first concept of a what we see as a project window that every other program has evolved to. So because this is the right paradigm. So for me, that's why I found Cubase very intuitive to do that. Obviously, when I did it, I started with Cubase, and it was 1991. It's grown a lot. So what was like a little part of a studio is now kind of taken over the whole studio. So but don't worry if you don't, know everything. Just figure out how to do what you want to do and figure out how to do it correctly so that you don't have learned mistakes. And for any musician, check out The Inner Game of Tennis. It's a great book. It'll help your tennis game too. All right. All right, so we see Darren Mack. Happy Friday, Greg. What is the best way to use power chords, root and fifth, in the chord track so that the scale we're using in Cubase still applies and translates to VariAudio? Thanks so much. Unfortunately, like the chord track, you know, technically, I guess you would call, and I know people get upset when I say this, you know, but a chord is going to be 3 notes sounding simultaneously. So, and that's a triad. And if you have 2 notes that are sounding like AEA, typical power chord, or EBE, that's going to be kind of a dyad. So, you know, a lot of times still, if you're using power chords, it's still, while you're playing a power chord, it's still going to be often within a particular key. So you may be playing a D power chord, an A power chord, and let's say an E power chord, and you go, okay, you know, let's say I'm in the key of A major. So even though you're using a power chord, it's still, you know, your song and your tonality, especially for VariAudio editing, is going to still be probably major or minor. You're just choosing not to play the third of the chord to define if it's major or minor. But probably the singer is going to be singing notes that are going to be major or minor. So I would still, you know, put in, you know, well, it's not going to put in like a fifth, like a D5 chord, you know, but the song, the key of the song will still probably be D major or D minor. So figure out what that is, and that will give you more accurate results. So still work with major or minor, even if the chords are, if you're playing power chords with it. All right, so we see with the chord track, is there a way to set not just a root note, but also the key? I see just a way to set the root, but not how to set it to major or minor. Okay, so let's come over here. I'll do new version. So let's say let's do, all right, so I'm putting in chords here. All right, so this is probably obviously in the tonality of G major, and this is automatically placed in the chord track in the lower left-hand corner of the chord track below the first chord, what the key is. So if we come over here, we could just say if we want to see that or not. So if you don't see it, you can click there, and then there's this little setting for automatic scales. So once we have the chord track selected, at this point, we could just say, we see our automatic scales here. So if we disable that, we can now double click and we could choose, okay, what scale do I want this to be? You could actually just kind of, so you could come over here and choose your scales right there, but it's probably going to default to automatic scales. So if you wanted to change the scale, let's say, okay, I want this to be E minor instead, you could come over here, uncheck automatic scales, double click, and then we can say, okay, I want this to be E harmonic minor instead. So you could do stuff like that. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, so Jeff Sabelski just says, Greg, when will Steinberg notify me of my competitive upgrade or complimentary upgrade to SpectralLayers Pro 11 now that I just upgraded to Pro 10? Thanks. I love this. So what I would do once SpectralLayers 11 is released, just look into your vouchers folder on your My Steinberg account. So if we come over here to your My Steinberg account, so you may not get a notification, but we'll log on here. All right, and then just look in your vouchers, and then you'll probably see the upgrade right there. So just check your vouchers folder on release date, and I think we should have more information next week on that, but it'll be a couple weeks away. But as soon as it's released, just check your vouchers folder, and then you should be able to get your free update to the new version. All right, so you see Brian Sawyer says, "Hi Greg, have you had a chance to review VST Live Pro yet?" So I really haven't dived into it to a point where I feel like I could do it justice, but I will over this weekend. So I apologize for that. I know you've been patient with that. And if you want to email me, I'd be happy to even give you just kind of a one-on-one walkthrough of it, because I know you've been so patient. See, Pablo just says, "Nice features in Cubase." All right, so we see from Brian Sawyer Sr. another question. "I've been using X-Touch for several years now. It normally shows up as a Mackie device. It still works with Sonar and Ableton, but Cubase 13 Pro stopped receiving it. Can this be reset?" So yeah, I would just come over here, go to your studio menu to studio setup. You'll probably see like a Mackie control device. If you don't have one that's already configured, click on the plus sign here, and we're going to add like a Mackie control device. And once you're there, set the MIDI input and output port to your X-Touch, and then you should be all set with that. All right, so we see from Pablo, we need that in SuperVision. So I know this is about 30 minutes ago, but maybe if you could tell me what it was, we could see if there's something equivalent in SuperVision. So, but maybe it's the comparison. So let's take a look if we want to do kind of the EQ comparison in SuperVision. But what you can do in SuperVision, let's take that. So let's come over here to inserts. Let's say we got SuperVision, and I want this to be, let's say, our spectrum curve, spectrum bar. Let's use that. So I'm going to add another instance. And when I come here, I could have a sidechain input. Let me just. So I can say in this one I want to see the sidechain stereo. So, but you can do different sidechain inputs. So let's say I wanted this to be my mid-side channel. Or if I want to see what the left channel is or the sides. So if I come here, so I can say, let's look at the mid-range or the side. Or the stereo mid-side. But let's see if I get that sidechain functioning. We have a stereo main there. So there, I just have to set it. So now I can see so I want the stereo mix down of the sidechain, so this is just the vocal. So for many of the modules, you could just, have two different meters within SuperVision and then do a sidechain into one and not the other. And then you can see that you have lots of different options right there. So play around with that a little bit, Pablo, see if that makes sense or if I'm completely misunderstanding your comment. I know it's kind of out of context a little while ago. All right, so we see from New Cars TV. Hi, Greg. Can I ask the difference between Cubase and Nuendo? Because I can... Sorry, my cat is joining me. He probably wants me to take him outside. We'll see if he behaves. Everyone can say hi to Steven. All right, so the question again, sorry about that interruption. Can I ask the difference between Cubase and Nuendo? Because I can see that they have the same interface and similar features. What does Cubase do and Nuendo doesn't do, and vice versa? So Nuendo is going to have every feature of Cubase, but Nuendo is going to have kind of very specialized tools that are included for very specific, like advanced audio production techniques. So there will be more Atmos features. So you could import an ADM file to mix. You can also, if you wanted to do a lot of work with dialogue replacement, there's incredible dialogue functionality for re-recording dialogue that was done in a field. There's going to be incredible tools for cleaning up dialogue. So if you were doing field recording and let's say you're recording in a particular windstorm and you have a reporter outside, you could isolate the wind very easily. It's going to have also stuff, game audio production. So if you're working with game production for audio, it will have a direct link with Wise, Audiokinetic Wise. It will also allow you to have some additional sound design functionality. So it's going to have like a randomizer plugin. It's going to have some other functions like a Doppler effect. So a lot of things for kind of post-production, audio production, and, reconforming. So if you have an entire project and the director says we cut out, we cut out from frame this to frame there, and we did like 6 edits, you could load up the edit decision list and have that automatically conform. So I would say that if you're doing, one of the other things that we showed last live stream was the ability to do network collaboration. So if you wanted to have multiple people working on a project simultaneously, we could do that in Nuendo and not in Cubase. So Nuendo is going to be an extended feature set of everything that Cubase has. I would say if you're doing music production, Cubase would be way more than sufficient. It works for Ludwig Göransson, it works for Hans Zimmer, it works, I think the last 7 out of 8 Oscar-winning soundtracks were done in Cubase. This year, the Best Sound Oscar was done in Nuendo for all the sound design functions. So we had the Best Sound Design, Best Sound was done in Nuendo, Best Composition Oscar went to a Cubase project. All right. All right, so we see question, is it correct that the mixer in the lower zone doesn't support horizontal scrolling, or is it a matter of settings in the preferences? All right, so I'm going to go right over here. I think just all right, so I'll just do a new project here. All right, so if you just kind of go to the bottom area, you could use your scroll wheel here. And I think, let me just check, make sure. I think if we go to like the main mixer here, we could, if we just are in the main mixer, we could also just come here. If we leave our mouse in like the meter area, we could scroll that way, but I don't think that works in the lower zone. But if you go just below the faders, you can just come right over here. So just go, and they made this bigger because a lot of people complained it was too small before. So you can just go below the faders. You don't have to be so precise, and use your mouse scroll wheel to horizontally scroll. All right, Xerix M asks, hi Greg, is there a way to make a keyboard shortcut for looping the next 4 bars? Let's see if we could do that. We might be able to do it in a keyboard, in a macro. I'll take a quick stab at it. All right, let's try like a project logical editor. least I think that this will do for the marker, but not the cycle marker. So I'm not sure if you have events or not, but you could always just grab the marker at the top here. But I don't think that there's a keyboard shortcut for that. Let me look at the project logical editor again. Yeah, I don't think that there's a way, the keyboard shortcut, but if you have events, so let's say we had, if we have events like this, we could make a macro to hit the right arrow and then the letter P. So if we had kind of blank events at every 4 bars, we could come over so I'll add that command, and then let's hit locators to selection. I'll add that command. Oh, sorry. So we're going to go to under navigate right. Then when we hit P here, locators to selection, add that command. So if you have like an event that's kind of based on it, I could now run the macro here and move it by 4, but it would be kind of contingent upon having perhaps a blank event. But I'll think about it a little more over the weekend, see if anything else kind of pops in my head. All right, so we see from Tim K says IC Pro has a ton of preset quick controls, but same as other MIDI controllers, seems I can map most any other Cubase functions to IC Pro buttons too. Is that right? So yeah, it's kind of custom configurable, so you could have like the key commands and functions that really, you know, benefit your use. So it's not kind of pre-done, and you could define exactly kind of core go-to functionality that you want. All right, so we have, it says, and one more question, although I unticked the option to change values with the mouse wheel on hover, I'm still running into the problem when I use the mouse wheel. So, you know, I think that, and this preference, so if we come over here to preferences, trying to remember exactly where the preference is. Scrolling, disable mouse wheel for parameter change. So, you know, some of, like, a lot of times when people, you know, would come over here and they have, let's say, you know, like your EQs all set up and your sends. That, you know, the intention is some parameters like your fader will still respond because a lot of people like that. But now, since we designed the new kind of vertical scrolling capabilities, that if you just happen to want to scroll up and down and you're hovering over like this send, that the send won't change, but it'll allow you to scroll within that area without affecting the parameters. All right, so we have from Diamond District Studios, how do I beat map video so I can write music to picture in Cubase or Nuendo? All right. All right, so there's a lot of great options, but probably the best one is going to be the time warp. So let me import a video here. All right, so let's say at this point, I'm going to make sure my frame rates match. All right, so let's say I'm watching the video and you hit F8 here. So the age-old dilemma is how to get even number of bars into video cues. So let's say we watch this. This is all Hamburg. It's a beautiful city. All right, so let's say right here, let me adjust my transport settings. Okay, so when I go, let's say to this point, we go through the trees, and I want to start a new music cue right there. Let me just, and let's, it just happened to work out perfectly. All right, let me change my tempo here. Sorry about that, just dumb luck. Okay, so let's say I want this to, let's say from this, where they're in a club. Okay, so we're going to come right here at the club scene. And we're going to kind of zoom in. So let's say I want measure 14 to start right at the club scene, or measure 13. So I'm going to select my audio warp tool. And we're going to say warp grid. So now what I could do is say, all right, I'm going to turn on my tempo track here. So just show this, it makes more sense visually. Okay, so we want to find our different cues. So say club is right here. So I want measure 16 to be at the club scene. And I need an even number of measures. Let's say I want 16 through 18 to go right there. So I want 2 even numbers of measures. So now what I'm going to do is just simply move measure 18 to start kind of right there. So now as we listen to this, that's the Steinberg office in Hamburg. So at this point, what you can do is kind of pick kind of your in and out scene. So let's say, okay, we're in the office now. I want measure 23 to start right there. And let's say I want a different musical cue to start right here. So we could basically take the two, like the start and end scenes, and as we work with this, just drag the measures. And if we go to your transport mode and you have video follows edit mode, that you can just kind of come right over here, and as I say, okay, I want measure 7 to end right there, or I want 8 bars of music to fall here. So what you do is basically you could just drag the measures once you're in the warp grid, and drag the measures to fit with the video cues. See, Pablo says, yes, that's the best trick. This is cool. Thank you. Great. Thanks, Greg. It's so awesome to have your expertise on here. Wish I knew what I did. All right. But glad it was helpful and people liked it. All right, so we have a question. How do you color the entire channel strip like you have on your mix console? So, all right, so let's say we I want to add a number of audio tracks. All right, so the trick is if you go to your preferences and you want to go to user interface to project, track, and mix console channel colors, and then you'll see mix console channels. So now when I come over here, I hit apply. It's not turned on. So now when we do this, and we could also set the intensity, the color strength, if you wanted more colors or if you want it a little more subtle. So once again, preferences to user interface, track and mix console channel colors to mix console channels. And just check that and hit apply. Wonderful to see Pertti Komenen from Finland on. Thanks for joining us again. My Chatfield just jumped. All right, so back to where I was. All right. See, Tiago just says, hello folks, greetings from Brazil. He says he's amazed by using the vocal chain plugin. It takes vocal takes in the ballpark pretty quickly. So yeah, it's a wonderful plugin. Glad it's working out well for you. See, Pro Wash TFW Randy hasn't gotten his ice cream. All right, so we see from Xerix M says, thanks, Greg. But I was after being able to change the grid size to whatever the note length I'm using on the drum map. For example, I select the note size 1/8, and the grid automatically becomes 1/8, and so on. We'll take a quick look. Doesn't like my project, huh? Sorry about that. All right, so we'll take a look, see if we. So I'm not sure if the note length is going to be tied to that, but we'll take a look at maybe the legato function might do the trick. All right, so now I could have quarter notes here. It puts in quarter notes. And we have 16th notes here. Now let's. So I wonder if we now come over to MIDI to legato. Doesn't seem like it did the trick. But yeah, I think this is more for, just see if there's, you know, so I see that you want it probably to be the note length. So, I mean, generally with, you know, the drum editors are kind of designed more for, you know, attack on particular notes. So you would have to kind of manually set the length, and it's not going to be determined by that particular value. Sorry about that. Sorry for misunderstanding. Let's see, Michael Team's wife Sylvia brought him some homemade cookies. That sounds good. He has oatmeal coconut cookies. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Can you explain macros versus the logical editor? He says, all right, so the logical editor is going to be kind of a conditional based editor. We can think of it like, if you're familiar with the concept of like Boolean logic. So there's two logical editors. One that was the first logical editor is really kind of designed for MIDI. And when we have our MIDI, we could say, I want to, let's say, I'll just delete some notes here real quickly. Okay, so let's say at this point, we want to do kind of, you know, we could think of it as if we do this and this and this, do this. So we set up conditions on the top, and we want what we want to do to those conditions. So let's say I want to take MIDI notes, and I want to take every other MIDI note. So we'll say last event, every other event, event counter 2. Okay, so if I just change my my condition here, we'll say select, so now I could select every other note. All right, so let's say we want to do something with every other note. Like, let's say if this was a hi-hat part, I want to take every other note and perhaps transform every other note so the velocity is decreased, like for a hi-hat part. So we're going to choose to transform. and we're going to say our velocity, and now we're going to choose to say we want to subtract a value of 30. So we can set up a condition that we want to transform notes, but every other note, and then we want to reduce its velocity by 30. So I could now come over here and hit apply. Now let's just select all the notes, and then we could just, as you can see, we just changed the velocity just like so. So we could set up kind of Boolean conditions. Now, so that's what the logical editor, and this also expanded to the project logical editor. So we could do stuff like, okay, I want to take my automation between particular values and lower it by 6 dB. I want to take any track that has the name bass and automatically apply this color. So we set up a kind of a condition at the top and what we want to do to events that meet that criteria. So if a track is named bass, color it this. So that's what the logical editors do. Now what a macro does is basically, instead of running keyboard shortcuts over and over again, what a macro is going to allow you to do is to execute a series of keyboard shortcuts. So if we find yourself doing something just repeatedly over and over again, where you're doing like 6 or 7 moves. So here I actually created a macro just to almost like when you have a breath in a vocal recording. So let me just drag a quick loop out. Okay, so what this would allow us to do, just so if we select a region, what a macro can do, instead of having to repeatedly hit keyboard shortcuts for functions, a macro can actually run multiple keyboard shortcuts for you. So let's say this was like a really nasty breath. We're doing excuse me. What we could do now, excuse me. All right. So what we could do with the macro is I could select a range, and I could come over here and say I want to select that range. I'm going to split it. I'm going to switch to the object selection tool. I'm going to decrement the event volume 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say 10 times, and then switch back to the range selection tool. So instead of having to do that manually, I could just create all those conditions in the macro and say, oh, this is an annoying breath. Let me come over here. And I could just decrease that for you. So a macro will execute a series of keyboard shortcuts to automate different processes. Wonderful to see Tim Weinheimer on. All right, Xerix asks, hi Greg, when I'm composing music, how can I get Cubase to recommend me the best chord? For example, I play an E minor. What's the next best chord after that? All right, so let's jump back to a different project here. Sorry for coughing earlier. Okay, so let's say I have a chord track here, and I'm going to just have the Rhodes. So now I could audition chords, whether you want to use like a piano or a string part, depending. All right, so let's say, okay, we have an E chord here. All right, let me just start fresh with that. Okay, so we'll come over here. Now let's say, okay, I have an E. Let's say in your example, let me see if it was E minor or E major. Okay, so let's say you play an E minor chord. Okay, so now you could go to the chord assistant, and we could just kind of come over here and say, okay, we want to be in a minor key, and so we're going to use our E minor as origin. Okay, so now we can see our circle of fifths. So we can say, so when we want to add in our chord, we can click here. So the chords that are in the circle of fifths, so many jazz compositions use circle of fifths. They'll kind of do a circle of fifths, and then they will do a turnaround back to the original key. So they may come over here and say, okay, now I want this to be an F sharp. We'll just come over here and say, okay, our next chord, we want to be an F sharp minor, and then back to E. So we could tell, we could use kind of the circle of fifths. So if we wanted to listen to this, and I'll just, sorry, I'll take loop off, cycle off. So you could use, so when you're coming up with like the chord suggestions, so you could use a chord assistant and see the circle of fifths. Now you could also set the proximity. So we can say, okay, we're in E minor, and at this point, we can see that these chords are more musically or more closely musically related than the more obscure chords. Now, so these are chords that would often be used more together. So you probably wouldn't often have a E minor chord and maybe a D augmented chord. That would probably be a far harmonic and uncommon progression to use. But you could try out different ideas pretty easily just by using proximity. Now, when you go to the list, we could also look at where we could choose the previous chord, and we could see, okay, there's common notes, and where we see the green, the more green colors, these are more harmonically related than the red. So we think green good, red bad. Now we could also look at this based on previous and next chord. So if you say, okay, I don't know what chord to put in between these two, Cubase can suggest that. It could base it on common notes, but also different musical cadences. So if you want like a full or half cadence or a plagal cadence, we could do that as well. So there's lots of great tools. Circle of fifths is a great way to go. Proximity is a great way to go as well. So, and I think the beauty of the chord track is that you can find chords that you're not necessarily in a musical rut. So try out different chords and see how they work. It might be a great discovery. Jazz Dude says, Hans Zimmer, I love composing in D. I remember, hanging out with him once. He's like, is there any other key besides D? So. Right, reading through comments. All right, so we see from Yassine. Hi, Mr. Greg. Can you explain, please, how I can work with separate channels of the sound card to have more depth in my mix on Cubase? So, if you have multiple outputs on your audio, if you have multiple outputs on your sound card, it would allow you to go to, often when it can make a difference is if your workflow involved a recording console. So some people that have come up working in recording consoles, they like the paradigm of and the concept of seeing their mix laid out on the console. They like to look at the faders. They like to grab the physical faders. We obviously have a software representation of that in Cubase, but some people will basically take 48 tracks of audio from Cubase and send it into their mixer so that they can mix and send it to the recording console. Now, a lot of people have found that they don't necessarily see a huge benefit sonically of doing that because the audio engine in Cubase sounds so good. So if your workflow involved taking multiple sources together to a mixer, you could do that. What also a lot of people do with multiple outputs is they have the ability to run multiple speakers. So they may have maybe their first set of speakers that they got, maybe they save some money and got another pair of speakers and they want to use both speakers for the mix. You could use like outputs 1 and 2 to go to one set of speakers, outputs 3 and 4 to another set of speakers, and have both as a reference for your mixing. But I think you're totally fine if you're mixing in the box. You get great results. All right, so we have Willow POV. Hi, Greg. Cubase got my attention lately. Is there any way I can draw a chromatic scale quickly? Sorry, let me just close the annoying junk email. Is there any way I could draw a chromatic scale quickly using a key command in the MIDI editor? All right, let's take a look. Let's try just maybe our paintbrush tool. So if you come over here, you'll see a draw tool, which may default to look like a line tool. So it may see just like that. But if we switch to mode to a paint tool, that we can now just kind of drag across and up and draw in a chromatic scale like that. So let me know if that's helpful for you. That's what you want to do. So it's maybe not necessarily a key command, but you can draw it in pretty quickly. Thanks for sharing about your oboe students. Fascinating to read. Jeff Sabelski. All right, so we see Jack C asks, could you please tell me when SpectralLayers 11 is coming out, more or less? Doesn't have to be exact. Thank you. So they're doing a preview event, I think on the 12th. And then, you know, maybe if I were to speculate, maybe a week, roughly a week after. But I'm just guessing. All right, so Yassine asks, also I have a small problem with the control room. I hear a small difference between listening via the control room and between normal listening on out stereo. So, you know, it's going to be, as long as the levels are identical, you know. So one of the things we realize is, like, when we're using, you know, the control room, so sonically there's not going to be any difference between the two. But I'll just open up this project. Let me just clear my throat. All right. So, you know, sometimes what, you know, could be, you know, perceptions in audio quality could just be the levels. So realize that, you know, once you're in the control room, that you're not, you know, like here, as we make a gain adjustment, it's affecting the gain structure of the mix. But here, it's just a monitoring path. So realize that may affect your perceptions of the quality between the two. But, you know, it's going to be, if you play the same source material at the same volume, this is at 0 dB, and your control room's at 0 dB, you won't notice any difference. Also, when you have it configured, make sure that you don't have, if you're using the control room, that you have this stereo outs in the output tab of the audio connection set to not connected. Because if this is going on at the same time, it's going to play back. It's basically being double bust. And at that point, you know, you could adjust the volume here and you have the source playing twice. So make sure that when you go to your audio connections and you have the control room playing, that the stereo out is set to not connected. Otherwise, it will be sending the same signal twice as you hear it. All right, so we have from Fly V. And our question, Greg, how do I keep my track on tempo, either 4/4 or 6/8, which I think are all of them? How do I make different samples on time with using the metronome click? All right. So if your samples will generally have what's called like a tempo stamp in them. So let's say we have our tempo here set to 100 beats a minute. All right, so I could just hit play. And I'm going to go through my MediaBay here, and we go to our loops. So as we select a particular sample here, we have this little button here that says Align Beats to Project. So we can see that now as I do this, let's come over to like maybe a drum beat, that this drum beat isn't synchronized. This is playing at the original tempo, but if I wanted to audition and have that playback at the in sync with the project, I click here. Now when I drag this file over, it's automatically going to be placed in what's called musical mode. So if I'm auditioning from the MediaBay and I have this turned on, I drag it over, this is placed into musical mode. And what musical mode means is it's that file is going to follow the project tempo. So I'm at 100 beats a minute. Let's say I want to be 140. So I change the tempo, and this is almost like a tempo parasite, if you will. So whatever tempo I type in, that will automatically follow. So if I wanted to now, we'll put this into a loop. And I wanted to find another file. So let's come over here. Now I want to find a bass. And again, I could select I drag that over. And because we had that auditioning in musical mode, and whatever tempo I type in, so 156, 120, those files will automatically basically follow like a tempo parasite. It's just going to follow the tempo and play in sync. All right, so we see from just reading through comments, Brian Sawyer Sr. says that did the trick on the X-Touch. Thanks, Greg. Glad I figured it was an easy solution. You're one mouse click away from happiness. Wonderful to see Gerald Elion. Sorry to see that you and Michael teams are having some buffering issues. Sorry about that. Everything is looking fine on my dashboard for transmission. All right, so we see Hook Records. Dear Greg, what can be the reason that SpectralLayers timeline doesn't move synchronic with Cubase timeline? The project plays, but SpectralLayers shows nothing. All right, so let's take a look, and let's say I'll do SpectralLayers editing on this. So we'll look at it. looks like it's playing kind of in sync. So it may not be visually aligned, but the two are playing in sync. Let me know if I'm misunderstanding your question. All right, Ray AR asks, hi Greg, when you have a MIDI note selected in a key editor, is there a way to map it to an encoder to move it? Initially I tried the last few numbers, but it goes in fits and starts. All right, so let's... All right, so let's say we have our MIDI note here. So are you trying to move it up and down or left and right? So are you trying to move it left to right? So you know, up and down we could do with the up and down arrows on a computer keyboard, and we could go left and right based on the quantized value by the left and right arrows with the command or control keys pressed. But if we wanted to set that, so let's see if we want to set up this to work with like a key. So a lot of times you realize that encoders don't necessarily send different information for, you know, it's only going to send like information in one direction. So you may have to set it up for two controllers. So I'm going to map basically. So let's do this with our MIDI remote. All right, so I'm going to come here. I think if we just go up, just check the key commands, so the function names. Okay, so let's come here. All right, so let's see if this works in the key editor. It's only going to do it, I think, on the, check my assignments. Okay, so let me just try this again. Yeah, so I could use that to go up and down. So it's going to be two separate functions as opposed to an encoder, because your encoder is only going from 0 to 127 and 127 to 0. So it's not a byte. Most MIDI controllers are not transmitting separate MIDI CCs when you go up versus when you go down. Some do. The vast majority don't. And let's say if I want to come over here, if we wanted to nudge the note, we'll go to the MIDI remote. So apply this mapping. And let's do nudge left to this key. So now when I hit the MIDI remote, and I'll open up the editor, kind of a separate screen here. So now I can move up, down, nudge to the left, or nudge to the right using the MIDI remote. But, you know, sometimes with encoders, because you need a different MIDI message to move a particular event, that the encoder is only transmitting one CC message, so you can't go, you know, move it to the right and have it go up, move it to the left and have it go down, because the MIDI controller itself is only transmitting one single MIDI CC. So let me know if that makes sense. Sorry, my chat field just jumped on me. Let me scroll back. All right, so we see from Jav and Kona. Hi Greg, I have a UR44 and a Mackie Onyx 24 mixer which has multi-track audio via USB. Can I use both interfaces active at the same time to only use the multi-track from D mixer to route audio inputs? A lot of times you'd want to use a single audio device. And the reason is that a lot of audio devices, as you work with them, a lot of audio devices won't be able to properly synchronize. So if you're recording audio, because the UR44, for instance, doesn't have a word clock synchronization, that those two devices would be out of sync with each other. Now, when we work with, digital audio workstations like Cubase, we want those. We kind of expect the audio to be, when we send it out or are capturing it, that it's in sync with itself. So generally you run one audio interface. Some audio interfaces will allow you to run multiple instances. Most don't. And I don't know of any USB interfaces that will allow you to kind of stack together. On Mac OS, there's something called the aggregate devices. Some people will use, in a pinch, ASIO for all, and you could use multiple devices, but it's less than satisfactory, and will often lead to increased latency, as well as some significant changes with the audio between the two sources not being able to properly be synced. Jav and Kona just says, currently I only use my mixers and analog in one pair of channels on a UR44. That's pretty typical, I would say. All right, so we have Donnie asks, hi Greg, I use recording setting, new part stacked, or merge mix. How do I make a preset to call up new part stacked or merge mix? Thank you. So I don't think that there's a preset way of doing it. I think most of the people, when they're working with the different record modes, will have it kind of set up. You know, I guess you could probably have it saved in different templates. So we'll do a quick test. Do new project. So say I have new parts and mix. So I know some people may start off with a template to do that, but I don't think that there's going to be like presets for that, because most of the time, you know, it's going to be kind of a set and forget type of function. All right, so let's just jump back. All right, it looks like once you save it with the project, you could do that, but I don't think that there are preset settings there, but it will be recalled within a project. So if you wanted to start a particular project, you could have templates set up to have that automatically recalled for you. All right, Uno Momento wants people to hit the like button so we get 100 likes. Thank you everyone for all the wonderful questions. All right, so we see from Jeff Zavelski, anyone have this Steinberg ST-M01 studio condenser microphone that came with the podcast pack? First time I've seen a Yamaha mic. Yeah, it's actually different, but actually Yamaha's just recently released microphones, so they have an AG01 and an AG03 USB mics, and they just released kind of a handheld dynamic mic called I think a YDM01. So Yamaha's just kind of gotten back into the microphone market. Reading through comments. All right, so we have Keith Young says, hello, Greg, can't activate, upgrade to SpectralLayers 10. Tried everything, same message in Activation Manager, verification pending, expired. Followed all instructions. What have I missed? Thanks. You know, so sometimes one of the things that you could try to do, Keith, is try signing in and out of the Activation Manager. So if we come over here, I'll just open up. So when you come over here, try just to, when you click here, you could say, okay, sign out and re-sign back in. And I've seen that kind of, resolve situations like that. You could also go to your My Steinberg account and see if it's listed under your products. So if we go to just a quick web browser here, so here you can see show your Steinberg licensing based products, and then see if it's listed here as well, and that could give you some information to see if it shows up for you there. So. All right, so we see, please make us learn more basic creating a song from scratch, just a small session someday. We'll see if I can maybe do a quick tutorial on something like that. But if you let me know what kind of song. But there are a lot of demo projects that you could work with and download from the Steinberg Download Assistant. All right, wonderful to see JVI on. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we see from Ace of Discal, I'm on Cubase Pro 11. When would be the best time to upgrade in terms of special offers for old customers, please? So generally there is a summer promotion. There was a Cubase promotion that occurred in April. So in March and April. But maybe keep your eyes out for promotions as they come about. All right, so we see Terry Gray. Glad you can join us today. Hey Greg, how do I transfer my Nuendo preferences from my Mac Studio to my laptop? I couldn't find a win to import the preferences file. So if you will just come over here, let's take a look. Go to your edit menu, go to Profile Manager. So go from your Mac Studio, and export from your previous computer. And then on your new Cubase, just choose to import, and all your preferences, key commands, macros, user presets, global workspaces will all be carried over. So again, come over here to your edit menu, to Profile Manager, export from your old computer, import the same file, and you could just do it like a USB stick or using, email it, put on a Dropbox. It's a small file. All right, so we see Revel Music. Hey Greg, this issue still isn't solved for me in MediaBay. If you add a folder to favorites and have subfolders inside it, they don't display alphabetically. Slows my workflow down. Please help. All right, let's take a look again. So let's go to favorites. All right, let me just let me see, I may need to actually have all right, I'm going to create 4 folders here. I forgot to close all my other programs. It's probably all right, so let me just, we'll go to the desktop and I'm going to create new folders. Okay, so I have different audio files here. I'm going to place these into, and create a new folder. Okay, so this has subfolders. All right, so let me come over to my MediaBay. Add this as a favorite. Do it one more time because I think we already had that name. All right, let's just try. Let me just scan the folder here. This is the folder we created last time. All right, let me just look at my Finder and see. Okay, it's under folder alphabet, sorry. Okay, so I can go to favorites. All right, see if it's. All right, so when I look at this, it's showing up kind of in alphabetical order there. All right, I'm just gonna kill this because I think I may have done the wrong one. I'll just try one more time. Go to file browser. Okay, so we're gonna add favorite. Now we're gonna go to our favorites. So it looks like all the files here are showing up. No, it's not showing up alphabetically. But if you click here on name, then it shows up alphabetically. Sorry, it took me so long to get there. Let me just. So, try clicking on the name field again. So those are all files in different folders. And then when I re-click the name, then they show up alphabetically. So let me know if that makes any sense for you, Ravel Music. Jazzy Lamel says, greetings, Greg. I'm getting a lot of crashes in Cubase. Will the new update patch fix this? So it'll fix a lot of it, but some crashes could be caused by stuff outside of Cubase, like third-party plugins. But make sure you're running the 13.04. Wonderful to see inactive user. Just apologizing for being late. No worries. Jeff Sabelsky asks, Greg, what other extension do you have under the SpectralLayers choice? So it's WaveLab, I think. So when you come over here, go to extensions, so we could run WaveLab as ARA as well. All right, inactive user asks, is there a way to copy automation from one channel to another existing channel, maybe without creating a new one, like copy in an existing track? Okay, so let's say I have automation here. So what I could do is select that automation, copy, come here to this, paste, and then activate automation. Okay. And then you could copy the automation from one track to another. Let me know if that makes sense for what you want to do. All right, so we have a question. New functions and perks aside, the new Cubase doesn't look aesthetically attractive to me, so could I choose to have the old look if I wanted to? So no, it's, I think, to me, when I first started running 13, I felt the same way, but after kind of a couple weeks, I now prefer it. I find stuff a lot easier to read, and the contrast is more clear to me. So I think while initially looks different, you're like, that once you start working with it, that'll feel very comfortable. Sorry, my chat field just jumped at me. All right, so you see from AR, it says I was referring to mapping left and right on the same encoder to add swing manually and easily. So if your encoder is only for each function to go one way or the other way would require a separate MIDI message. So probably the function won't work. So you're not going to get probably an increment and decrement on a value unless your MIDI controller is transmitting different MIDI CCs. Michael Teams wants everyone to smash the like button. So we see from Jav Ancona, I bought a Slate Audio Raven MTI2 multi-touch gesture display. Do you have any experience with it? If so, any pointers to get the most out of it? So it's basically, I think, working as a Mackie control device. So, I think perhaps your arms may get a little sore. For from always extending your arms out, but I think it'll be pretty straightforward. I haven't spent a lot of time with it, but I kind of played with it at some stores. Wonderful to see Graham Witcher has made it. Soon to be living in Oxford. All right, reading through comments. All right, so Java Kona asks, what are the advantages of getting the full Halion version? Is it like buying complete 12 library? Can you show a general view of what we get with it? Yeah, so we can think of it kind of like that. But let's come over. So we'll load up Halion 7. So unlike a lot of samplers, Halion is a synthesizer. It has organ oscillators, wavetable synth, analog synth, spectral synth, FM synthesis, samples, granular synths, organ instruments, all in one. And kind of the beauty of it is that we could come over, we'll get a lot of different libraries with it. So you'll get Anima, which is going to be kind of wavetable. You have, we'll just go ahead and open up some here. So you have wavetable synthesis. If you wanted to do kind of like older beatboxes, kind of like vintage classic drum machines. We could also just come over different piano libraries, Flux, which is a wavetable synthesizer. You get FM Lab, which will actually load up all of, and we did this in conjunction with Yamaha for all of the FM synthesis. So instead of having to buy samples of FM synthesis, you could come over here. You're going to have lots of other kind of bread and butter trip brass instruments, Haliotron, which we could think of as a mellotron that's going to be included. So lots of different instruments. Now the beauty of this is as we work with different orchestral instruments, it could automatically extract all the articulations to automatically make expression maps. And also one of the great things is you could sidechain directly into Halion so that you could actually do your own sampling and make your own instruments. And there's an instrument designer part of Halion, so that, you know, we have composers. Danny Lux, who's probably one of the most prolific TV composers of all time. You know, if you look at his Wave, Create, and Poly, so those instruments, he actually is just kind of making his own instruments, which will all, you know, so it's a really interesting model where, you know, composers are making their own instruments and being able to sell them directly inside of the Halion format. So if you want to create your own instruments, if you want to sample actually, so sidechaining in, so lots of great stuff in Halion that you get over, lots of content that you can see that you get over the standard Halion Sonic. So if you have any interest in doing sound design as well as doing your own sampling, Halion's a perfect choice. right, reading through comments. All right, wonderful to see Sable Winters has made it today. It's always better when Sable is on. All right, so we see, how can I use VariAudio and print the changes on my vocal take? Okay, so I'll just pop over here.
So high I'm lifted.
All right, so say.
So high I'm lifted. It's gotta be love. High I'm lifted. So high I'm lifted. It's gotta be love. This is how you got me crazy, love. Love.
All right, so say I change my VariAudio like that.
Love. So high I'm lifted. It's gotta be love. This is how you got me crazy, love.
All right, so now if we come over here, I think we could choose function and say flatten real-time processing, and that will automatically embed those changes into the file. Right now, as we're doing all the tuning, it's playing back and doing the adjustments on playback. But if you go right here to choose functions, at that point we could just choose to flatten real-time processing. And once you do that, that's going to embed those changes into the particular file for you. So we see from inactive users as well, it's that easy to copy and paste automation, just Control C, Control V, amazing. That's how it should be, right? Yeah. See, Ace of Discal just says, thanks for the answers, Greg, you're welcome. All right, so we see from inactive users, question is there a way to deactivate the delay when moving audio events to the left and right so that it doesn't have a delay when the audio event moves instantly? All right, so say, so I'm not sure what delay you're talking of. So if I come here, I mean, I could just, so I'm not sure. I mean, I've always had it behave pretty instantly as I'm moving left to right. So, but let me know if I'm doing something differently than you are, or if anyone else has run into a delay when just moving audio left to right. If I take my snap off, we can, so let me just come here, turn snap off. Now we can freely move it, but maybe if your snap is enabled and it's, you know, maybe set to like a higher grid resolution. That maybe it seems like it's, you know, because it's snapping, that it seems like it's delayed because of the snap value. So if you hit J, see if that is moving. So, but let me know if you think it might be tied to the grid as we do that. Like depending how we're zoomed in. So it may not look like it's moving on time because of the grid resolution, but if we, let's say we go back and turn off snap, now we can freely move anywhere. But that seems responsive to me, but let me know if I'm doing something differently than you are. All right, we see that we hit 101 likes. Thank you so much. All right, so we have from MTORR. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to copy and paste MIDI notes like the diamonds in the drum editor? For example, copy notes from one instrument to the other. When highlighting and holding Alt, one cannot drag copy. All right, let's take a look. So make sure that, it could be that you have the drum tool selected. So make sure that you have the object selection tool. And then I'm just holding down my alter option and copying the events to different lanes. But if you have the drum event tool selected, so you may have to switch to a different tool. And just say, okay, I want to take this and hold on your Alt option and drag. But it seems to be working as I would expect. Jack C asks, would you know if I could control the Cubase channel strip with my soft tube Console 1 channel Mark III? Is there a script available for it that does that? So I've never really worked with the soft tube. I know a lot of people like it. I would check in the Steinberg forum. There's kind of a repository area, like where there's a collection of different scripts for the MIDI remote. So most of the times it's just going to be transmitting MIDI messages. And you could configure any of the parameters and have different mapping pages. So if you wanted to go to like the MIDI remote here, you could probably create it's pretty simple. In a couple minutes, you could create basically a software layout of all of the buttons. And then at that point, remap those for particular functions like accessing all of the built-in channel strip, and you could always but check to see if you go to the Steinberg.net forums, there's a collection area where people upload their MIDI remote scripts. All right, so Tim K asks, I live in the Netherlands. My brother lives in the U.S. Steinberg has separate customer service offices. I get that, but can I gift him a download code which he could then add to his Steinberg account? I've kind of asked for this. Like I've been trying to get them to do like perhaps a gift card for the online shop. So because everything is kind of tied to your account, we've had composers wanting to give like a copy of Cubase for for people like as holiday gifts. So we get this question a lot. So there isn't, I don't know of a good way to do it. I know what a lot of people end up doing is just utilizing, the online shop is kind of the same. I think that I haven't tested this, but that if you purchased, so if you purchased a download code and he activated it, I think it would work, but I could check just to make sure. But I know sometimes what people are doing is just buying like a Visa gift card and using that. And one thing you might be able to do in the US is Sweetwater sells license codes. Sweetwater can sell all the codes to US customers, and I think that you could probably buy a gift card for Sweetwater and pass that on to him to get a Cubase license, but I'll kind of reiterate that point to Steinberg again. Sable says, Greg, you sound so much better today. I feel so much better too. Thank you. It's good to feel normal. And I did have some apple cider vinegar yesterday per your suggestion. Okay, Ray AR asks, thanks, Greg. Is there something similar to Rewire currently in Cubase, or will it be in the future? So, Rewire was kind of discontinued by Propeller Heads when they took their program from running as a separate program to running as a VST instrument. So I don't, what people are often doing to synchronize programs is using MIDI timecode, using SMPTE timecode, MIDI clock, depending on the device, if you have like external drum machines. But there doesn't seem to be kind of a sample accurate industry solution for that is kind of a replacement for what Rewire was providing for customers. So. All right, so we see Danielle just says, I just finished the song in 2 hours in FL, whereas I still can't use YouTube while my Cubase is open. Need more friendliness. So one is to make sure that you come over here, go to your audio system, go to your studio menu, to studio setup, and then you could just come right over here. And when you select the audio system, make sure that you have release driver when application is in background. Make sure that that is turned on. Then you should be able to watch YouTube and go back and forth and share the same audio device between different applications. All right, so we see from inactive user, when I'm moving the audio event left to right on my grid, snap is deactivated. I want to make minimalistic changes to move it just 1 to 3 milliseconds in time, and sometimes I have a delay when zoomed in. So, it could be related to your display driver. So, check to see if you have, with your display driver, if there's any settings that could be optimized there, but I don't have that on my PC or my Mac. But let me know if mine was behaved differently than what you ran into. See, Jeff Sabelsky says, today I smashed a like button for the tennis lesson shared today. Just hit the ball. It's a great book. So, and it kind of spawned a whole series of inner game of golf and skiing and inner game of music, stuff like that. So always, I should probably actually reread Inner Game of Tennis again. I read it every couple of years. Yeah, so as Jazz Dude mentioned, June 25th, we'll have that'll be our 400th Hangout since COVID, and we will have a trivia quiz. So pay attention to comments. We'll be giving away some free software and updates for people. Okay, so Ray R asks, in Groove Agent, how can I know what note the preset samples are in and how to modify them to fit into the scale? All right, so we find something that's more tonal based. Something like laser beams here. All right, so if we come over here, all right, so when we come over, so let's go to the instrument here. So we could see that as we have samples here, that these samples are going to be loaded kind of chromatically. So we could see that you could actually just play that particular note, and that would be the corresponding pitch. So if we want to just kind of come over here. So for a lot of the presets that are chromatic based, the chromatic parts of the instrument will allow you to play them based on the tonality. And as you kind of look here, and often they're going to be kind of colorized, so we can see this is kind of like the bass synth, and these will be more kind of percussion sounds, and we can see another round of kind of pitched percussion here. So, and these will correspond to the pitch that is going to be triggered. So if we want to go to a different, so again, we look at our instrument and we can see that we'll have these all laid out for us chromatically as we look at. So, and then this layer is going to be the percussion. So, you know, the kits that come with it are kind of designed. You could always take a sample. So let's say if we want to cut a kit here, and let's say if I'm looking for so if we know like this bass sample is on the pitch of B, I could drag this to a B note here, and then when we go to pitch, we could now just come over here and set a key range, and we'll say, okay, from B1 to B2. then you can play chromatically as well and have it correlate to particular pitches. All right, Jack C asks, can I have a VST inserted by default every time I create an instrument track? So currently there isn't a way to do that. I've been kind of lobbying for a particular track, like a default track preset to do that. It hasn't been implemented yet, but there isn't a way to do it. A lot of people may use track presets to, let's say, we'll just do new project here. And let's say I want I'll make an instrument track. But a lot of people, may make a track preset and then you could drag the preset onto like an instrument track. Let me just take a look, see if we can. So if we come now to presets, to track presets, to audio. Yeah, so we could drag an audio preset to an audio track, but it doesn't carry but I guess we could do like an effects chain preset. And then we could just drag an effects chain preset to instrument tracks, but it's not a way to have it automatically have a plugin every time that you load it by default. All right, so we see Daniel says, yeah, I have the release driver checked. I think if you had an audio interface, you get, much more satisfaction with it. But also make sure that you're not doing different sample rates in Cubase than you are with your YouTube. If you're switching between different sample rates, your audio interface may not comply, especially built-in audio interfaces. All right, Sable Winter says she's sweeping on the 400th. Fair warning. All right. We'll have to see. Nick has always been very strong in his live stream trivia. All right, MTORR asks, hi Greg, is it possible to create a logical editor routine that selects every first MIDI note of a bar inside of a cycle? All right, let's give it a shot. Okay. Okay, so let's get to our MIDI logical editor. we're going to choose select, notes, position is equal or is inside. Let me just reread. Okay, so not, okay, so let's say position is inside cycle. Yep, all right, so yeah, so this would, we would choose select, and we're going to say type is equal to note, and the position is inside cycle, and the last event equals event counter 1. And that will select the first note of the bar within the cycle marker. All right, I know we had a question that was mailed in about how to know when to adjust the buffer size in your project. All right, so, you know, it's not every project can present kind of different requirements for your buffer size. So, and depending on what components are active, so if you have like, you know, if you're doing like a full orchestral film composition, that could take a lot more CPU power, and you may have to, if you have lots of instruments open, you may, and you have a computer maybe that's not as fast, you may start to hear clicks and pops as you work with your particular audio, and as you play back the project, you may hear like stuttering, you may hear pops and clicks. At that point is when you'd want to go to your audio interface and come over here and just select the particular buffer size here. So the higher the buffer size, the less work your computer is doing. Now, some people may start with a lower buffer size as they're tracking and as they mix and add lots of plugins and add MIDI tracks, copy MIDI tracks to layer. Then they may, as they go on in the project, they may simply raise the buffer to meet the needs of the project. So different projects may require different buffer settings depending on your system. So the lower the buffer, the harder your computer is working. The higher the buffer, the less strain is on your computer. All right, wonderful to see Michael Pierce on. Okay, so we see from Ray AR says, sorry, Greg, I'm interested in knowing the percussion tones in Groove Agent. All right, so let's say if we have Groove Agent kit here, sorry, let me just, this will make more sense now. All right, so. Right, so if you want to determine the pitch, like of maybe like an acoustic sample, let's see if we can do it in SuperVision. I'll kind of show you all the harmonic frequencies as well. Let me just, or maybe, open up a tuner plugin. Put it on a Groove Agent track here. So you might be able to use different tuning. Now, another trick that some people use is, let's say, okay, we're here in Groove Agent. I'm going to take one note. I'm going to render it as an audio file. Here, or I'll just capture it as audio here. And then go into VariAudio. And then you could determine the pitch of different drum samples there. All right, so I know we're over time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. We'll be back on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy and have a wonderful weekend. And I appreciate everyone taking time to learn more about Steinberg products today. And we'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you so much.